Hello, chat. Hi. 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 Hi, guys. Day 17. Or as the French say, 17. Not D-wheat yet. Or not D-9. But, yeah. Yes, apparently I will just provide a real quick update. Apparently there was somebody provided a mandatory reporting issue to the police up regarding Nick Rekieta. So that's the newest thing, although it's just a one-page thing so far. Yeah. So guys, day 17, Karen Reed. We were there doing the Marietta Sullivan, kind of the hussy girl. We'll see what happens with her. And yeah. Brian Higgins apparently has kind of come up today. You're like, lie in bed like Brian Higgins didn't do. Netflix says, what's that mean, mandatory reporter? So under multiple state laws, there are multiple professions that are mandatory reporters if they have basically a good probable cause to believe that child neglect, child abuse is happening in a home. And they have mandatory duty to report it, like a legally imposed duty. If they don't do it, they could be charged with a crime. Like they have a duty to report it. Teachers, if they suspect child abuse, child neglect, children being assaulted sexually, all that, they have a duty to report those things, and they report it up their chain of command. They make a note of it, and it gets reported, and that's all they have to do. Officers of court have that issue. Now, as a defense attorney, that puts me in an issue. Like, how do if I suspect something's going on? But I'm not usually the party that has to do the mandatory reporting there. It's, guardian ad litems, judges, magistrates, other parties who are involved in something and they know something's going down. Teachers have that requirement. Health or daycare providers have that requirement. Their medical providers, nurses, doctors have that requirement. There's a bunch. So clergy is another one. So members of clergy, they have a duty to report that stuff. Cosmo says they're homeschooled. Yes. But I think in many states that one of those parents get teaching licenses. So once you have a teaching license, you're now a mandatory reporter, especially if you're teaching. And remember, not all the kids. I think one of the kids does go to a school routinely. So anything you interact at a school with, coaches, all those people are reporters. Jesus says, well, they have you have attorney-client privilege, so they could actually never find out if you knew. Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I'm not worried about. CPS only gets involved if the parents have money. My dude, CPS gets involved people who don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so yeah. So, all right, guys, here we go. We're going to switch over, get ready for this, and see where we're at. There's the great Celine Dion performing, as always, upholding law and order in the brave Dedham Superior Court, where if you approach her, gather near, you shall be heard. You come and whisper your sweet nothings into the fan, and she will provide you with justice. It's truly beautiful. A Vice's rating coming. Oh, hello, guys. Hello. Hi, Jeff. I mean, Jeff, I will say the content will be good this summer. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh, I just heard it. I just heard something. An epilepsy warning on stream, please. Is this triggering for epilepsy, Hubbleson? Because I will remove it if I have to. There. How about that? Will that make it better? Yes, it's Fannie Willis. It's multiple. Oh God, who else is it? Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR. Oh, you're just making jokes? Okay, I just wanted to make sure, like, if you do have epilepsy and you're like, oh my God, that's, I mean, it's not like Pokemon bad, but I could see that being an issue. I just wanted to minimize it. Um, um, let's see where we are. EDB gives epilepsy warnings. Oh, well, I should give an epilepsy, Katie says, I feel like if you have epilepsy, you know what triggers it. Yeah, but if you've never watched till today, you might know. And if this is an epilepsy thing, like, I guess. Yes, if you're watching this and you have epilepsy, you're going to have a bad time till we get to the trial starting. Cover with a wee bit of paper. Abel says, did you videos of April's husband? What a POS. Oh, well, yeah. It is what it is. Nobody's a saint in that story. Charlie, this is off topic, but you said you'd work on it. I mean, I will work on it, but literally, it's literally a case under investigation. They are not going to cut body cam loose right now. Minnesota records as laws looks like that's not available anyway. But the police just like they're still going through stuff. So yeah, they're not. When I said I'll work on it, like as things progress, I'll work on it. I mean, it's not like I could call here and like, goose something out and be like, I got some pull or a source. No, I don't. There ain't nothing like that happening up in Minnesota. We're gonna have to wait. All right, Judge Bev. Yes, the Honorable Beverly Cannoni. Come close, ye shall be heard.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Florida County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
I still don't like this. I still hate this guy's announcements. I like the redheaded dude better, the brown-haired guy. He's far better at this.
The Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on the Hopkins Street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My
Okay.
apologies.
All right, we're starting off with a sidebar. Like, that's not a surprise. No, guys, sidebar, not a sidecar. So, Steve Gosney fans, it's a little early in the morning for that. But yes, all the all the LawRex fans, thank you guys for joining. Jeff, if you're out there, hello. Hope you're doing well. It's only like what? 10 o'clock at night there. So get ready to enjoy your. Hey Jeff, how are you doing? Long time no see, but a lot's gone on, brother. Just a little bit. Yes, it's 10 p.m. All right, well, here we go. And yes, we're talking. It's like that song goes, everybody's just talking at me. And while we're doing that, we'll switch over real quick. Let's check the Alpha report for Candioi County Court. Date range 524 to 531. All case types. Let's see if there's an update on what's happening here. Nope, not yet. Nothing in the R's for the Ricadas having a court appearance today, which, like I said, guys, they could have one today or it might be waiting. Like I said, it's a long weekend. So, yeah, might be waiting a bit. While we're here, I'm going to pause this real quick. Anybody who's new, this side right here is John O'Keefe and his family. This side's Karen's family and friends. And then way down here at the bottom is the jury. And that's way down here at the bottom of the screen. So those are the three sides of the courtroom. And then these are all the reporters. So you might see Turtle Boy at some point. But that's what we're dealing with.
You saw us with the issue of the court and jury in the case down here, and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning.
Oh, here we go. ATF Fed Boy extraordinaire.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to
Hate
that,
these accents.
prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Man, these guys
Now,
are
sir, if I could
living good.
turn your attention to January 28th,
Odd properties.
2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, but specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes,
including several people from Massachusetts.
yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake in the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
The whiniest pet ever.
And were you the only federal agent that had
Go after
space within
criminals
Canton
like
Police Department?
you're under
I was the only
arrest.
one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now,
What's it
as
like
far
to
as
bring on the
the
second
ride back
day?
is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and
We'll get
ate
to this, Stacey.
on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, As far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, you know, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be
So why'd you
personal
go work
or
later that
in
night?
Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow on the front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside, and do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where
Ew.
Mr. Albert was
Ew.
going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And With respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the waterfall, do you recall where
God,
in relation to the waterfall?
Are they at
you
the high
parked your Jeep
tops?
at that
What was
time?
the band playing?
No.
So you come in to the waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a
We went to the high tops in the back where the band was playing. I already know.
series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
If this doesn't sound like fucking rehearsed testimony, Chad, I don't know what to tell you.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the
No.
course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work? Yes. And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to the occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone. John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Sustained.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes,
Is that a place that you've been to before?
yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and/or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
Wait, I'm sorry, guys. Did he say he didn't have any alcohol? Oh, he didn't have any
Content? I don't recall what that was.
Okay.
Just
Sorry, so he's saying he didn't have any conversation, but he did consume alcohol.
small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some points over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do
You
you
all-
recall
Hey, boo.
meant as far as that text message or why you would
We
send
all
it?
know.
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now,
He's just sliding in those DMs.
around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening, while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so, when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
34 Fairview.
Sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer just a second there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, Did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes, so I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come into the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence, there's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. And I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not. No.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather intermittently?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way?
I'm sorry, Chad. I was on the phone. My apologies. Now we're into the wonderful world of snowplow mechanics. This is, this is really telling us how more likely this happened.
That you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up. I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you're pulling, when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door, and then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, There's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sallyport area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sallyport, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sallyport, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small,
And when you say small, about how far?
about 12 feet maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with 2 glass panes.
And as far as
Wait, chat, they have wooden doors. No!
the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Thank you.
Yes,
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No,
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
no, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call, at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian. I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
If sustained, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And
That's interesting. They never
from
showed
this
up.
time that you're in the house,
It doesn't sound like he ever saw them.
do you recall any sort of conversation
That's
about
helpful.
within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Just, do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it's,
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from
There's
the
no way you
time
don't know
that
this.
you
You're
arrived
trained on this.
there, later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink, but I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No,
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
You're a goddamn federal agent. You're like, oh, I just don't know how to do this. Come on. Come on.
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you
Now, with reference to either or
I can
both
see the
of
glass.
those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No. Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly, it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
these. Thank you. Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One. One is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. If you can just look at those briefly and familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes,
Almost introduce in a minute.
No objection.
okay. So we'll do them separately, please. So the first 12-page one.
All right, chat. Yeah. Yes, the owner. Here's the thing, guys. You don't get to decide what's relevant and not relevant to an investigation. That's the investigator. And this has been brought up before. What do you do about things where there's like personal information? Well, the side that's requesting this, the court can go in camera. It can review stuff on its own and say, okay, we're redacting these things. We're redacting these things. This stuff's relevant. It's not relevant. That's for the court and the parties to decide. You as a private party deleting and fucking with things, that's evidence tampering. Don't ever do it. You're like, well, there might be embarrassing shit on my phone. Don't put embarrassing stuff on your phone. That's the only answer.
May I return both of those to the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And is that the communications or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Exactly. Exactly.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he just reached out to me. He said, what's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th into the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th?
So
Might have
that-
been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you would offer to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. Do you want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch the game?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you got there?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
Wait, John's niece and nephew. Wait, what party are we at now?
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
Oh, they're.
How well did you know them at that point?
Are these kids at the?
Not very well.
Oozing it up? Jeez, like Nick is.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
I'll allow it.
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
I may approach the witness.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
This is the most steely-eyed ATF agent ever. I mean, I think most of them are blubbering little bitches, but damn, he's like living up to it.
Sir, I would direct your
Just crying
attention
too
to-
hard. Why are
About
these?
there was
Why
a
are
Sunday,
these
January
nephews at the
16th.
drinking crazy party? Like, what
Yes.
party are we at right
And
now?
that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
And may we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and speak.
All right, chat. They're in a braid issue here about the sidebar. They got a sidebar. I mean, we kind of just breezed through the night, but he said some very interesting thing. They never came. They never came. So now he can't use all the bullshit about, oh, well, everybody told me they were outside. The car was waiting. He said they never came. He said they never came. That's interesting. So did they ever actually show up? Now, I think it's fair to argue they did show up at some point because John O'Keefe did get there, but how did he get there? Yeah, maybe he was getting on the smooching, but he was trying to smooch John. And actually, guys, hold on one second. I need to take this. I have a phone call here. Sorry.
All right, so we'll be in recess.
Well, that was like, well, not the most perfect timing, but the jury's gone, it looks like. And we're back to the fan of justice. You know, holding down, you know, approach the fan and you shall be heard. The old Dedham Court fan. Feed your problems into it and it shall eviscerate them. You already have been, yes. Joe saying, what? What the hell? Yeah, we changed it up. It's not Ceiling Dion. It's Fannie Willis. Traffic to the Cape is always a bitch. It sounds like, yeah, guys, I just missed a little bit of here what's going on. Sidebar, then the break. Okay, good. Sean only has, yeah. Look how racist court is. Only white fans on a white wall. So, right now, guys, it's Brian Wilson, or Brian Wilson. Lie in bed like Brian Wilson did. It's one of my favorite Bare Naked Lady songs anyway, by the way. Although how many can you really have other than like that or 1 week or the old apartment, you know, broke it to the old apartment. Those are like the only 3 songs they did that were worth a shit. So it's like, can you really have any other kind of favorite Bare Naked Lady songs? Chuck keeps getting jail calls from Minnesota. No, that was actually not. That was a different call. It was a jail call from a different person. But it was a jail call. So I'm no longer on with the client. Guys, it appears there will be an arraignment around 11 p.m. Central Time. That'll be noon Eastern Time for Nick, presumably. That's according to the rumblings online. I just double checked the court calendar again, and it does not look like there's an update for that. That doesn't always mean anything because stuff gets shoved on dockets all the time. And like I said, it's the Friday before a holiday. It's loosey-goosey time. But if it does happen, we will record it, and then we'll watch it. Because I will fire up StreamYard. I could fire up another StreamYard, have it record that, and then we could watch it. Is there any way to watch it live? Yes. Spectre from the Spectre report has the live information where you can watch it. Here I will put this up right now, real quick. This is the if you don't go to zoomgov.com, go to zoom.com. You can type in the ID and then the password, and that'll allow you in. Make sure you don't be a douchebag when your guys are there. Treat it as though you're in a courtroom, you know, with the rules of decorum and all that. Don't be, you know, like, you know, don't be like whatever, you know, racial slur destroyer 2244. You know, like, don't be that guy. Don't you know, don't be poopy pants 901. Just, you know, put in like courtroom observer or whatever you want to. Yes, don't interrupt. Don't do shit like that. Yes. Don't be yourselves. Yes. Yes, no tower, no auto. Do not build towers there. Your building permits are not valid in Candy, Ojai County Court. You are not valid there. No, sir. Yes. You oughta. Balls and no balls. Like, nope, not that either. No Nick Gers. No Nicholas Gers memes. Nope. No Coke. Nope. No chat. Yes. Well, Paralegal Liz, I will stream it, but we've got this going, and you know what's going to happen? The cross exam's going to be We can barely hear the sidebar going. So, also, guys, I apologize. There's a couple spots where I've been jumping in and pausing. I'm like, what? It's also interesting. They have wooden doors at the police station. Some of you caught that. So, what's going to happen is if this was in the middle of some droning crossing or droning direct by Lally, we could probably get away with it. But it's probably going to happen in the middle of cross, so it's like, nope, guys, it's time to hit the road. So at break 1:00, we will fire this up and switch over. I will pop it up and watch it. Let's see here. So yes, if you guys are unaware, Stacy, I know you asked last night what happened. So we got some super chats and stuff to catch up on here. Fire and Ice says he's a firefighter to the ATF. He broke the code of badges. Well, the ATF does investigate arsons. That's one of their that's one of the things they actually do really well is arson investigations and fire science. They're actually really, believe it or not, they're really good at it. Stacy says, I'm out of the country. Why was Nick arrested? So Nick was arrested for possession of controlled substances. We don't know what, and also possessing a firearm while possessing controlled substances. From what we've learned this morning, a part of one page of a police report was released, and it's like the call sheet or a dispatch note that back on the 16th, so last week, a mandatory reporter came in the door and, or called, whatever, regardless, a report came in from a mandatory reporter. Now, here's the thing. What are mandatory reporters like? That's everybody. School personnel, childcare personnel, healthcare providers, mental health providers, and, clergy. So like, could be people involved with the church, could be there are a lot of state mandatory reporters in Minnesota. And they have mandated reporting they have to follow. It all depends where you're at. All depends where you're at, and all depends who heard what and what they did in response. So we don't know yet, but that's all we know right this moment. We don't know what he's formally being charged with because we haven't seen the charging documents. Stabby's been a member for 12 months. That is so cool seeing numbers like that. What's longer, my milestone or Nick's probation? His is going to be a lot longer than that. And how this shakes out one way or another. It's going to be a longer ordeal than that. KJ gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, KJ. I appreciate the support, and also thank you for the generosity to the chat. Mark Pugner says, Mr. Higgins, why were you playing grab ass with Brian Albert? It's almost you want to be like General Six and General Kill. He's out here playing some grab ass. And Vodka Blood for $2 says, so he didn't come? Does not appear so. Does not appear so. And Pseudo Snark says this is an old cop trick. Say I pull over an attractive woman who makes uncomfortable comments, or I think is likely to complain. I finish the stop, go far away, and call out on something else. Yes, I've heard that trick as well. I've also heard a great trick. Big arrests mean big problems. Little arrests mean little problems. No arrest mean no problems. And then no mandates, not a Fed, which is what a Fed would say. I read on X, for what it's worth, John O'Keefe was investigating Colin Albert for drugs, and they took him out. Who knows, but we'll see. Maybe, but I mean, remember, at the end of the day, John O'Keefe is a Boston, Massachusetts officer. So I don't know why, like, him operating out in Canton in his own community, operating against his own family, that just seems a little weird, unless John's out there like goody two-shoeing it on his own. But most of those guys like that, no, you don't get involved in your own business. Like, You don't get involved in your spare time. You don't get involved in your family. So who knows? It's possible. I have a lot of thoughts that that's not necessarily correct how that comes out. Long Crown will be streaming the hell out of the next trial. It's not going to go to trial, guys. It's not going to. It's not going to go to trial. I can promise you, it's not going to trial. There are a million ways this ends, and none of those involve trial. Chad, I am like, oh my god, it is so nice outside. Getting to the point where I'm getting cold with the air conditioning. Jeez. Would Nick be in a jumpsuit or wearing a Hito jersey? He'll be in county clothes by this point. He'll be dressed out. Charlie says it's so nice not getting arrested and reading about people getting arrested. Yes. Sometimes it's a change to be on the other side. Did you ever get to Scotty Scheffler last night? No, we didn't get that far. Although even more information has come out, and basically, guys, the police detective lied about what happened. And now we learn he's a career fuck up who he did a ride along with a civilian, and the civilian was drunk and they were doing donuts in a parking lot. Like, the guy is a career fuck up. He looks like, this is par for the course. But we have the video of what actually happened. So we're going to show that tonight at 9:30 or so. We're actually going to do the Thursday night stream that was meant to happen last night because we never got to it. Liz says, what time's it going to happen? 11 Central, so noon Eastern. Also, Fedigator, I'm sorry if I didn't say thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it, but thank you. Tons more cowboy, like Colin is and his family. Yeah, but I mean in the sense of like your close friends and people, it's just investigating out there. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think John is involved in it like that. I mean, that almost is kind of like a kit. Like that's almost like part of the script of The Departed, almost kind of running into the story. Okay. What's wrong with that? What? Oh, doing donuts with a drunk person in your car? Well, I mean, you're the police, so last night was fun. I mean, it was entertaining, and yeah, I'll say it was fun, but I mean, it wasn't like the best day ever. I'm not joking. That was kind of like the aftermath of this, and waking up and dealing with it is kind of like the 9/11 for LawTube. Otto says, "Do you think they will up the charges?" Like I said, it's gonna be, yeah, maybe. I could see, like there could be, like I said, there could be like child endangering things tacked on. We'll have to see what exactly he gets charged with. We'll have to see exactly what he gets charged with. And remember, that could be a preliminary thing because if it's a felony charge, you still could go to a grand jury or they could add on things and information. So we are right now, a marathon just started, and getting arrested is the pistol shot to start the marathon. That's how far we are. We're only like in the terms of a marathon, we're like 100 yards down the road so far. Some of you people are probably thinking, you couldn't run that far. It's like, I understand, but that's how far we are as collectively. Sean said, or Hellcat said, are you gonna go gun blazing if the feds come to your door? Well, I mean, technically 2.0 is a fed. She's my handler, so they're already inside the house. Yes, the Friday night, Thursday night stream, yes. This VR says, don't underestimate Nick going to trial. Yes. Yes, just being all ODD all the way to the end. Yeah, like I said, I don't see that happen. And Charlie, yes, the best day ever. Yes, get your feeser on. Fees it up, chat. Mercado would make a killing if he charged for autographed mugshots. I don't think he'd make as much as you'd think, but yeah, he'd probably make some money. Will Nick represent himself? I hope not. I hope he seeks out wise counsel. Juror 13 says, "Are we still on Nick?" I mean, yeah, it just happened, but we're waiting for the trial to come back. And this is. Will we see the police arrest video of Nick at some point? Yes. Guys, it's going to take a while to get that body cam. That is not happening anytime soon. It's in the middle. They are literally still in the middle of their investigation. That is like. I know you guys were thinking it was going to show up this morning and we were going to see them. I know a lot of people want to see like Nick get dragged out of his house, like, no, and kicking and flailing and screaming. Like, guys, it's. No. No, we won't see it anytime soon. We won't see it anytime soon. So, and just to check, 'cause I know people are gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, well, where is everybody?" All right, we'll switch over real quick. April's still in, and this is as of 7:49 this morning. April's still in jail. And both Nick and Kayla are still in jail. So nothing's changed. There hasn't been any secret switcheroos. It's not like then Lizzie says, tonight there's gonna be a jailbreak. Some of us will not survive. No, not happening. Juror 13 says getting arrested was signing up for the marathon. Yeah. Well, Stabby says, what happened to doing a local stream, you shyster lawyer? I didn't plan on going till almost 3:00 in the morning. That was, I said, guys, if it goes long, I'm not going to do it because I got to be up in the morning. Pigletine or Piggletine or Pigletine. I'm not sure, but however you want, you tell me how I should pronounce it. Thoughts on Chili? Chili DeCastro, I still think he got done dirty at his trial. I think that the way they could have, I think it was insufficiently proven that he moved far enough away when the officers ultimate God, who was I on with? We were talking about this. Was it Rob? I think it was Rob. We were sitting there. Yeah, it was Rob. So we were talking about the parking lot paint, like the parking lot patterns. Yeah, the cops like, I would have told Chili to get like 40 feet away. That's absolute bullshit. Chili and this cop were a bit of assholes colliding. Chili being a belligerent dumb fuck didn't help his case in court because he looks like the aggressor and looks like he's the bad guy. Could he have done it? Probably been a little more low key and probably actually had some good grounds to go deal with this. Sure. But once again, trials are sales. And if the people making the decisions think you're an asshole, well, they're not going to buy your stuff. So the judge sentenced them to 180 days in jail, which I think is a bit much here. But that's part of the problem is when you set yourself up for karma to bite you in the ass, and eventually will bite you in the ass. And it's not for this stuff he should be in jail for, but yeah. And he's probably not going to win his appeal. I think it's, as much as I think the court got it wrong, I don't think it's going to change that. So, and that said, I think most of the stuff Chili talks about is utter nonsense. So that's my thoughts on Chili. I have 2 videos I've done about him. So what if they find Nick's stash of American Beauty? Yeah. It's happening with Harper says, are you surprised by Nick or no? As much as Camelot's like, I can't, like, I saw this coming. It's like, bro, like, I really want to tell Camelot, like, honey, we all saw this coming. Like, you couldn't have been watching for the past, like, year and been like, oh, this is going to end well. It's like watching it's like watching an airplane lose power at like half speed. It's just going eh, 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 eh. It just you're like, oh, it's gonna hit the ground. Camelot's like, oh my god, it was so horrible. It's like nobody saw us coming. It's like we all did, brother. We all did. This is like fucking Ray Charles saw this coming. I just didn't think it was gonna happen this soon. Or necessarily play out like this, but it's kind of close to my theory, you know. So that's drugs and guns gets a stern look, does it now? I mean, it's never good to have drugs and guns to a judge. Makes it look like you're, bad, but also where did Nick have the guns? Is he walking around the house with I mean, he's only got an AR-15 and a 1911. Like, is he, walking around the house, appendix carry with his like pistol bouncing around in his shorts, or is it stuff locked in a safe where he's the only one with access to it? But since him and Kayla have access to the safe, they're in possession. I don't know. It all depends. It all depends on how the guns are really set up in the situation. But like the idea is there's like mandatory stuff. Like, no, these are first time offenders. The idea these guys are mandatorily facing prison is just like I find that hard to believe in a liberal state like such as Minnesota. And I mean, especially a couple of rural white people. I just don't see that happening. Yeah, do I know how long a marathon is? Yes, I can count. I've driven the length of a marathon many times. Charlie says, could you theoretically represent him? I would have to get charged with I would have to I would not have to get charged. I would have to be admitted pro hoc vice and then work with a local attorney. That's the only way I could represent him because I am not licensed in Minnesota. So Nick got charged with possession of a controlled substance and possession of a firearm while possessing a controlled substance. Vermillionaire says when they put the one after the code, does that mean what their subsection is? Yes. And guys, I need to take this real quick. Give me one more second. Sorry about that. You get phone calls come in. I gotta deal with them as they roll. The farm's done filed the FOIA, yeah, but it's not gonna be like that quick. It's gonna be a little bit. It's in the middle of an investigation, so Kimbo says, how fast can I pass a Minnesota bar? I bet I can pay to get admitted in. I bet I can waive in, but I don't know. I don't want to take another bar if I don't have to. That was not fun. Unfenited or unfenited. Says body cam will probably be them showing up. Nick just surrendering with his wife. He's a lawyer, not a dumbass. Well, but here's the thing. I mean, from what we know, it's a mandatory reporter. So who knows what that reporter? Who knows what they are? Probably made a report. Did make a report, and that report is probably forwarded on to the police and children's services. And I would assume at some point they showed up, and I kind of have an idea of some things that happened there, and yeah, some things happened. I don't think anything like crazy happened, but I mean, I do have a theory as to how this played out, and I've told one or two people to verify that it's the story as I think has happened, and we'll see when the body cam comes out. They probably pulled him out of the hot tub. That would be kind of funny. So there's no perp walk videos. Liz Bot says, was Lady R arrested too? Yes. She charged with the exact same crimes. Bryce Spears says, who is Nick? Nick Ricada. One of the bigger personalities in the legal YouTube lawyer commentary areas. So Nick's court is at 11 a.m., guys. Yes, 11 a.m. 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Central Time. And I'll just double check right now. That there's nothing going on in this courtroom. And yeah. Just so you guys are aware, this is going to be the courtroom. Judge Hanson. Judge Hanson is one of the other judges in Candioi County. And there's nothing up yet. It's 11 a.m. Central Time, which means noon Eastern. So you guys it's only 11 a.m. Eastern Time. It's only 10 a.m. in Minnesota. So there's a little bit of time there, my chiatel, for what's going on. I don't know if it showed it here, but that's what oh. Did it really just die? There we go. We'll fix that. How am I going to smuggle a shank to Nick? I'll put a file in a cake for him. Oh, we've got some comments. Okay, still nothing. Megan Fox is crying, saying this is the farm's fault, like they forced him to do drugs. Yeah. It's all self-induced, guys. It's all self-induced. Unforced errors. Pigletine, like the emperor. Okay. A moral fat 40 ounce says we are here for the Nick coverage. Oh, that's nice. Well, I mean, it's hard to keep up, even myself, trying to read the forums as things going. I mean, being down like 120 pages and never being able to catch up is interesting. Also, the one thing people keep saying, it's domestic, like Nick had that black eye when he was on Locals the night before. Like, I don't understand why people are like, oh my gosh, the black eye now. It's like the black eye was there already. Participation trophy says, what's the countdown on him? When's he out? Well, sometime this afternoon. And even if he gets bond right away, he's gonna have to get dressed out and released, turned out of the jail. So I presume the jail will probably be sometime this afternoon. What are you guys asking about? Oh, why are they booked in at different times? Um, yeah, it's possible. Like, yeah, there's an hour and a half between the times they got booked. It also might be like she had to sit in a holding cell for a while. Maybe they interviewed her. Any number of things happen. Like, I don't know. I don't know. The kids being in the house screws them, and there's literally still that stupid behavior. Yeah, well, I mean, remember he's also innocent until proven guilty. But I will say, in that regard, we have a little more access to behind the scenes and inside information than we would in many of these situations. So we'll just yeah. Yes. Whoop whoop whoop. Pull up. Whoop whoop whoop. Terrain. Terrain. Or since I'm not a big fan of that stuff and more of a fighter pilot person, deedle 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 as your threat warning receiver turns on. You know, you're being painted. Sam launch. Some of you guys are like, what is that noise? Um, so let's see here. I figured it'd be a DUI. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I thought that was gonna happen at some point. Pro Hawk Beach, potentially I'm on the road. You had to be a lot of trip. Roscoe's like, pull up, pull up. Someone like, chaff flare, chaff flare, chaff flare. Defending. Baldo 1-1 defending. Let's see here. What are you guys? I can get. Yes. Can I get Nick out? Oh, yes. Nick's going to get released. So. I'm pretending to have a day job. Well, I mean, right now, yeah, I've got a lot of my stuff done for the week and all that. And yeah, it's Memorial Day weekend, guys. What kind of law do I practice? I practice criminal law. I run a general practice though. So I practice juvenile law, I practice domestic relations law, I practice contracts, torts. So that means like personal injury, but also like suing somebody like, hey, you violated this contract. How dare you? Well, I shall sue you over it. All that stuff. All that stuff. So that's what it's called. It's called general practice. Little bit of everything. But I think the fun stuff is in criminal law. That's null calling with questions. No, it's not. Tries like, answer the phone. Is it Hayden calling from the Vegas? Is Hayden in the United States right now? I thought he was coming later this summer. It says got the info from the court. Okay, good. Yes, the fan set on high. Did I go to the bathroom to do some coke? I mean, look how fat am I. I need a lot of coke. Refuse all meals. Roscoe says, Sean, I told you not to eat that Skyline. You should have had Tony Paco's instead. Ugh. Do not. Ugh. Tony Pacos, them Pollock hot dogs. They're hung. If you're from Ohio and the Toledo area, you know what I'm talking about. God, those hot dogs. See, the funny thing is, Tony Pacos, they have so much better food than their hot dogs. Like their goulash, or their paprikash is just amazing, actually. So I'm here for Clyde. Yeah, well, they the school's like, Sean, they handcuffed his nose. Hmm. So no, guys, here's the idea. If you want to watch this with StreamYard, you have to do it on the browser. And actually, I need to reach out to David and warn him now. Yes, Charlie's asking, am I streaming the read trail right now? Okay. So here we go. Hold on. All right, hold on here, guys. All right, just warning David about doing Zoom the right way, because yeah, if you use the app for Zoom, it does not work. Laid back news will likely cover Nick's situation, and they probably will. And I will say the one thing I am not I will say for sure, I know that Eric and Nate and the gang will handle it with probably the utmost of respect and decorum. I can say that much. Oh, here we go. Charlie says that's it. The judge gives him. Oh, he is not going to be held without bond. There's no way in heck that's not happening. Unfettered says, "What is alleged in the Karen Reed trial?" Okay, I left it. I have a description in the chat, but basically, Karen Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend John O'Keefe by running him over with her car in the middle of the night at this drunken party in Massachusetts. And the allegation is she hit him with the car and let them in the snow to die. And that she, that's the state's theory. And the problem is all these witnesses and people that were in the house and involved that night were sketchy as hell. So we don't really know for sure what happened. All right, here we go, chat. We're back. We're back. All right, guys, sound is on. You can hear the beeps. So I promise you it's on. So let's, oh my gosh. Why are we not getting to it? Sounds like a heart monitor, yes. Yeah, there's no sound, but that beeping lets you know the sound's running. And if I shut it off, that means there's no sound.
Jurors, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you. So it was worth the time.
Thanks, Justin.
Just be mindful you step up. Yes.
And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay? All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting before you now a separate series of documents, about 118 pages in length. Page number just for your references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
103A.
103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103, so it should be.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103.
My mistake.
So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both Exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with Exhibit 104. Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish it here on screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1, Ms. Gilman.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104?
Yes, Roscoe, I commented
Yes.
that their paprikash is
And
better than their hot dog.
As you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles will be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you, or
So ultimately, it was
The weed
based
whacker.
off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
and how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
Um,
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
Your Honor, I believe they are. That's why I hesitated. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. If you turn the page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, "Ha, how did you get my digits?" Defendant responded, "The Melissa and Lito show." I said, "Ha, I thought you creeped John's phone." I said, "Ha, again." Defendant responded, "No way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it." I responded, "What?" with a bunch of question marks. I said, "I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number?" with a bunch of question mark. And the defendant responded, "Melissa had it."
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, "I'd prefer a weed whacker." I responded, "That's the thing about nicknames." Defendant said, "We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
And as far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, long brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, "Did you say yes?" ? I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha ha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you." And I said, "Ha ha."
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, "John said Brian's being wishy-washy now," in quotes. I responded, "Ha ha, did you tell him you texted me?" The defendant responded, "No." And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, "You cranky now, ? Defendant said, "Ha ha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other." I said, "Name a few." Defendant said, "Name a few? I don't know. All of them, ? They all want to hang out with single people." And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
In blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, "You stink." I said, "You suck and you're double trouble." Defendant responded, "You're hot." I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?" Defendant responded, "No, I'm serious." I responded, "Failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?" Defendant responded, "Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here?" I responded back, "I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question." And then it starts to say, defendant said, "Rather you stay here."
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know, about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like a romantic kiss?
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have, I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? Question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? Question mark. Hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the
This is not a
defendant
good look.
put a
Chad.
question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you
Honey.
asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe, were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant.
Kind of makes you think
Was the
that-
defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on.
Oh no!
And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss
Oh,
out,
brother,
or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting.
Oh, something was gonna be sussed out, all right. Let's not lie here, Bri.
What was happening.
And sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28.
They wanted a Higgins sandwich.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree.
Hold on.
Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside
Guys, I just put the Zoom password and link down in chat.
for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed.
Do you think you can handle me?
Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This Brian Higgins guy sounds like he wrote this all back and forth. Oh my God, Brian, I think you're so hot. Oh no, stop it. No, really, Brian, I really, 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 really love you. You're so hot. You make me horny. Like, it's not like this guy just wrote him to himself.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what?
Oh,
I
Jeff,
responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight. with some type of face. I responded, me too, ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You looked great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35, and the last, or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon, some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention
he
to the
sounds
next
like-
page, 36. And if you could, please
Yeah,
read
this
from
is,
that.
this is
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubble.
this is like the most garbage. Like all this stuff is garbage. Oh my god,
It says yes.
this is so cringe. This is.
And then
so
I said, are you
cringe.
going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant,
And I would argue this is all prejudicial, making Karen look like a scandalous bish. I agree.
texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark.
Karen's getting felted right now.
So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
Talk to me, bish.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, 37, and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
And now they're going to argue this
If I
is
could direct
Karen
your
killing
attention to the
John
next page,
to go
38,
bang this guy.
and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed you are great, with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40, and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, is it through text communications or in person? Did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up, not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? And then I typed on. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Defensive?
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46.
Yep, guys, it
Read
starts
from
in
that.
like 4 minutes, supposedly.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology? Question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a
Okay.
FFT.
Can we all agree that, like, I wish the airplane carrying all of them back from Aruba just augured into the ocean at this point? All of these people are insufferable.
Never responded by the defendant. What do you want from me? Question mark. I responded, what's on the table? Question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
This is so awful. Kill me, God. Take me now, Lord.
If I could direct your attention to page 57, sir, and ask you to read from that.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. Oh, I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Now, sir, reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape,
Oh,
is
wow.
that right?
Yes.
And Where is that in relation to where you live in
Everything gets
Barnstable County?
supersized.
So I could utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms," with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, "I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot." I responded, "A lot, why, question mark." Defendant respond. I then said, "Do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark." Defendant responded, "Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids." I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship." Defendant responded, "Everyone is happy at the hillside."
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61, and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, "Everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point." I responded, "Oh God, you avoid things." Defendant responded, "It's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues." I responded, "I think he believes he is doing the right thing." Defendant responded, "Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister." I responded back, "I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard." Then I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids."
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids." Defendant responded, "I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me." I responded, "What did he exactly do, question mark. Defendant responded, "I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids," with an emoji. I responded, "Why don't you tell me, question mark. Defendant responded, "He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse, not sure." I responded, "Oh God, did they bang?"
And ask you to turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, "Did they bang, question mark." Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, "I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose." I responded, You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you." Defendant responded, "Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant." I responded, or began to respond, "You can vent, babe."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink, ?
Okay, real quick, chat. Nick's stuff has not started. Do you guys really want to watch that right this second? Or do you want to watch it when we get to lunch? It's not going to be anything earth-shattering, guys. It's going to be an arraignment. It's going to be really freaking boring and really quick. So, it's up to you. Put it down in chat, let me know. But just so you're aware, it's not exactly earth-shattering.
I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, are you single? ? I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump. It should say your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ? And I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I'm all set with, that's, and then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been
Yes,
a
we
lot
know
in my
you give
life.
it up.
I
Don't
have a
lie.
little bit of cop DM
lie.
mindset, and then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark. Probably, are you having a drink right now, question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, ? What do you want from me, ? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I can now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, ? Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me, ?
If I could direct your attention to page 107. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, ? I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a ? I then said, what do you drink? ? Are you out now? ? Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time, and I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship, but I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you've described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over Mr. O'Keefe's house for the Patriots?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond, and I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd, I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her, is that correct?
yes,
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No,
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
no, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, can you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you're familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant.
I do know where that is. Yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so more what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of I mean, it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at Sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You can only hear what I hear. Hmm. So, guys, I don't know. I'm not over here, but oh my god, it sounds like a lot of weight. Am I really low on the mic? Hold on. I shouldn't be. No, guys, we're not gonna switch over yet. This is Jim saying, "How would I cross him?" I don't know. They must know a lot more what's going on here. I wonder if they're gonna take an extra long lunch. If I was them, I would defense. I would ask for that. So let's see here. So yeah, we're gonna do cross exam with Brian. So so it's weird. There's like the argument that Karen killed John for this guy.
Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Oh, here we go.
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
What good is the attorney if he's
And obviously
not
the
there?
subject matter, again,
What the
without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half
In person or over the phone?
in person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes
Did they
in
take
reference to what
notes?
I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
So why would you have it like time out. Real talk here. I have an attorney with me, and he's not in the courtroom while I'm testifying. Why would you have an attorney at that point? He's not worth anything. He can't be there to truly advise you of anything. Like, I'd be of no good to you if I'm not sitting there ready to roll. This is weird. This is really freaking weird. Yeah, he didn't turn over evidence. This is just weird, chat. So, it's just hey, can I turn on my mic? Guys, it's up all the way. Hold on. Here's all the way up. La 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 la. I'll talk louder. If that helps. Yeah. What are they cooking up? I don't know. I don't know what they're cooking up. Add it to the list. I don't know why all of a sudden it's starting. Well, I think I know why. 'Cause I'm running 2 StreamYards right now. So. Oh, hold on, guys. So sorry.
Exterior of 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They're in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes,
In June of 2023, right?
yes,
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. Well, the friendship and relationship you had with Chief
We'll keep
Berkowitz
all that, guys.
and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes,
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right, but the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what, back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than, what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes,
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Oh, that's interesting.
Sustained, let's move on.
Well, no, that could be
You
relevant.
may
Why-
be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do,
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance?
Yes,
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise?
retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together?
Yes,
Might share a meal together, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community?
could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do,
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
yes,
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
yes,
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
yes,
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
well, I think that comes with working with people, yes,
Is that yes or no?
yes,
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes,
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did
That
you
was a
say
joke.
that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that,
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't,
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't,
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
yes,
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point,
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say, yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes,
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
was that a question?
Yes,
How many times?
Well, could you rephrase it?
sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized, absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secret there. He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez, before
Objection,
you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes,
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
yes,
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes,
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was quote,
Objection.
a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh, why? Why would we? Hmm. Hmm. This is interesting. Yeah, Jackson's getting a little flustered here. I'm not. This is not going as smooth as I thought it would go. I don't know, like guys. This case, there have been multiple motions in limine, motions in sidebars. That it's probably already a topic that's been touched on or protected. So that's the thing here. Like we've already talked about this. Y'all can't do it. That's very likely something that's happening right now. If I had to guess. If I had to guess, that's probably what's occurring. So, and guys, don't worry. The audio from the arraignment is like pristine. Um, yeah, Jackson's not really getting anywhere. No, no. Yeah, there's previous testimony, but something is causing it from not coming up. Why can't they ask about it? I don't know. There's gotta be some evidentiary issue that's bringing it up, and I can't, I don't know what happened there. I mean, I will say, this is starting to like, if you guys are on Karen Reed team, like, I'm not feeling so good right now. Okay, Charlie, that's the only part I heard so far. I can't hear anything else because 'cause we're doing the other stream. We're doing this one, so the defense said they had fireworks planned today. Well, they have a whole set of time left of the day. So, is it a hearsay thing? Possibly. I mean, that's typically the issue that arises that precludes testimony. I'm not sure if it's hearsay or there's some other issue. So let's just see. I mean, guys, I don't know. This is clear defamation case. Yeah.
You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department, is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years?
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally, is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out
I
to
have.
bars with him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale?
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So
Well, that wasn't, so. Let's, yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, you decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree,
Figure of speech.
or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay, yep,
you exchanged flirtatious texts
we did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond, and the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have,
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yep.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Gaston Higgins. No one's as smart as Gaston can hide a body like Gaston and kill somebody in the Alberts. Oh my Gaston.
Thank you.
I want to know why he's not on the field anymore. Why is he in the rubber gun squad?
Hey, wait, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay?
Yes.
So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another,
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
correct?
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question
I
truthfully.
would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl." Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?" And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, "Why did you get my number and reach out?" That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, "So now what?" Correct?
Yes.
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you,
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate? It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there
You
because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and
Dim motive.
that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay? Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay? So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my
That's a
question.
fair answer.
My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
I'd do her.
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John Cookie, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw,
How does he?
she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, and just like that, it was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry,
that.
Your Honor. After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th.
That was a bit of a
26th,
rake right
27th,
there.
28th, all the way to the 29th,
Karen's a Boston Market.
she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks?
What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let the court officer know.
This is Karen.
Chair is leaving your notebooks on your seat. All right, follow me, hurry up.
Okay, shots. So that was yeah, she's rushing the jury there, which I'm surprised the jury's gonna let her do that. But I mean, yeah, the idea is like, oh, they're trying to show that Karen stepped in on John. Say Karen wanted to kill John. Vermillionaire says, "What happened to Nick's arraignment? Not shown." Oh no, it was shown. I recorded it. We're gonna watch it. Um, you know, we'll get to that right now, but real quick, yeah, there's some issues there. There are some real issues here, guys. So I don't know what's gonna happen from here. I don't know what's gonna happen. And what we're gonna do here is I'm going to try something, and hopefully this works. If this doesn't work, then I don't know what to do, chat. Hopefully someone else recorded it. Um, it's got to process, guys. Hold on. It's processing. We'll have to wait a minute for Nick to get loaded up here. What is this gonna do? Let's hope it works. Like, well, we'll see. I'll get disbarred by the state of Minnesota. Well, I mean, that's the thing. The recording was disabled. No, StreamYard still recorded, man. I just recorded. So they can't. I don't know how they do that. And I mean, it's freedom of the press, number one, and also, I mean, the court doesn't really have authority over me at this point. So we are going to see, bring this up. Yeah, yeah. All right, guys. Hold on 1 second, chat. Guys, so we are going to end this stream here. We're going to start a. Oh, I got to start a new. Hold on here. Oh. Live stream. Hold on here. Rick. Communicate arraignment. We are going to start that now. We're creating a live stream. I'm going to switch us all over to that, guys, and then we'll come back over to do. Looks like 1:45. We'll come right back to it. So here we go. But yeah, I don't adhere to the. I don't adhere to the idea of the court. We're not allowing this. That's like this is. I don't think they can do that. So let's switch this over, and I'll see you guys over there in 1 second. All right, chat. We're all set. I will see you guys over there in like 2 seconds. And yeah, there's we'll see if this works. If it doesn't work, then I guess we're just out. And then we'll come back. We'll take lunch and come back here and read. I don't know. We'll see what's gonna happen. Let's give it a shot, chat. So I will see you guys in a couple minutes. And yeah, for now, yeah, Karen Reed. Still not guilty, but this is getting weird now. This is just getting weird. So I'll see you guys in a second, chat.